Okay, that should actually have started it live, which is not ideal, but whatever. We we roll with it. I'm just edit the category here, so it's not Elden Ring. Edit the category. Show more. Boom. Let me just save that, and that should work. I'm not sure if I'm live, but oh, no, I am live. Nice. Okay. With that out of the way, see if there's nothing on screen. Okay. Right. Should definitely not mess with that. Instead, we can just do that, do that, boom, and we are live. Don't know if anyone is gonna show up. Doesn't really matter. We work. We just gotta work. Where's OBS? Just making sure OBS is here and it's working. Nice. Can just leave it there. And my VTuber model is not working again. Hello? 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 Oh, the microphone stopped working? Microphone? Hello? Hmm. Hello? Oh, oh, my god, this fuck. That's so annoying. So goddamn annoying. Let me just put that. I guess I can put it here. Hello? Not here. God damn it. There we go. Oh. And for some reason the microphone is working now. Nice. You never know. Anyway, we keep working. So we're gonna ignore cloth right now because we don't need it. Why is it? Okay. It's always like this. I just went live and people start fucking. Everyone needs me all of a sudden. Every time. Anyway, we just keep going. I guess we could cut it here. Ignore that. That should be fine. It is supposed to be subdivided. Okay. We need more tassels. We need like at least. Let me just make sure that Okay. Okay. It's fine. It's working. Never mind then. Let's move on. Tassels should be fine. We should be working on the shirt textures probably. It's gonna be fine. Let me just finish the mist cloak then. We hide that. We can hide the body. Let me just do this. Then we can just, there we go. That's better. Okay. So we need like at least double the amount of mist cloak thingies. I don't know what to call them. We may just do that. Do checker deselect. And then do this instead. Okay. That might work. Actually, no. We do this. Do this. And now we do this. Always making sure that everything is fine. Local individual origins. And we make them small. Then I guess we select that. Hide faces. Hide the faces. And we do the painful process again. There's probably like 500 better ways of doing this, but don't at me. I'm just thinking, okay? I'm thinking. Mist Cloak's not going to be that important in the beginning. I want to get the animation done today, or like most of the blocking of the animation. This is not the actual project, by the way. I just dropped a bunch of assets in the background so I could make the thumbnail. The actual project is open in another window. We're gonna switch to that as soon as I finish this like mist cloak thingy. And my model stopped working again. Actually, I'm not even sure if my microphone is picking up. Oh, it is. I think. Should be working. But the model never picks up for some goddamn reason. Why do you restart? I gotta click on you to you fucking. Okay, whatever. It's working now. As soon as I click on another window, it just fucking disappears. All right. We're going to divide this in two, as I did with as I did with everyone else, everything else. Because instead of just that number, we get double, which is probably a good idea. Then we're gonna go do that. Select everyone. Duplicate. Just do this. Boom. I guess we could add more. We should probably add more. You know what? I'm gonna call it okay for now. We probably will need to add more and make them like longer. I should have done make those longer. Cause let me just try something. Get the body back. Boom. What the fuck is going on here? Oh yeah, the cloth is not. Okay, there we go. Extremely slow, but whatever. Yeah, that should be enough, at least for like the beginning of the feeling of a mist cloak. And my fucking model. Okay, I'm just gonna pretend that it works every time. Where it is? Hello? 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 Can you can you just work? I would love it if you just worked. Thank you. Hello? Should be working now. I hate that it just stops working randomly for no reason at all. I guess it's a fucking Pipewire Linux thing, as always. Oops. Oh, right. The new ones don't move because they are part of the pin group now. Okay. Okay. I may have fucked up. I shouldn't have done the pin group so soon. Well, what is done, I guess. We pretend that it that was our plan from the beginning. Okay, so Miss Cloak, mostly done. I'm gonna texture everything later and give her boots later, I guess too. I just need uh, this like basic thing to work, and I guess I need Calcier too. You know what? We can just move on. We have a lot of shit to do. Okay, let me think. We're gonna save this. We're gonna go. Ooh. I'm just gonna hide this in the background because I'm definitely gonna be watching that later. Anyway, we continue. Where is my window? Blender. So let me just get rid of this reference grid and the rules. So my idea, okay, we start with the coin and we have a fight, like a training fight between Kelsier and Vin. And then the camera moves on the like dream sequence like pattern thing, which I haven't. Oh yeah, this is probably copyrighted. Let me just not have the sound thingy. Let me click mute. Okay, that works. Whoops. So coin gets mushed between them. Then we have like Kelsier here, or our, you know, pretend version of Kelsier. Then we go up here. Probably Kelsier is gonna like do a elementic like jump and push Vin away. And then when the camera does this, Vin is gonna like land on the ground like right here, very close to the camera. And then the camera will move away. I'm not sure of the beginning if it like makes sense. But I guess we could just do a stepped thing instead. That would probably actually make more sense. Select the camera, and instead of making it yeah, but we can't move that animation. Let me try graph editor. Nope, that doesn't work. So we're gonna have to do this with the motion. Okay, we add a keyframe here and we make it vector. Then we do one of those, maybe. No. Yeah, we do the opposite. We do one of those for the second one. And one of those for the first one as well. Then we can make it more pronounced. So now it steps away, like the pattern thing. I hate that timeline is gonna go away. Let me just get the reference grid again. Yeah, there's a little bit of acceleration, but the zoom factor is not working as intended. Maybe just keep zoom factor 1 till here. Yeah, we're gonna have to iterate this camera movement. Right now it's not really legal according to the challenge, but we're gonna make it legal. Don't worry. Don't worry. Trust. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Let me just. Wait, there's another window capture here. Whatever. Let me just see something. What? But oh, okay, that's not gonna be a problem then. Fine. Can you tell that it's been a while since I did any actual YouTube stuff? It's been a while. It's been a very long while. Never mind. Let me see. Heights are not ideal. Gonna hide this. Boop, boop. This shouldn't be here. Anyway, can you tell this is originally not a very safe for work rig? Probably. Scales are all messed up. That should work. Gonna hide the reference grid 7. Actually, I don't have any rigs of this quality that are actually safe for work, so I made them YouTube friendly, let's say. Can hide you for now. We can hide the mist cloak thing for now. And then we can delete this animation because it was just for the thumbnail. Actually, let me just leave this here in case someone comments anything. Boom. Oh. That should work. Always redoing work, but it's fine. The important part is that both of them are framed right here. And they're like doing like opposite force, sort of force animations. Let me just do this. Do this. There we go. Boom. Boom. There we go. It works. And my fucking model stopped working again. Oh, it fixed itself. It's fine. Now, should we do like opposite opposite side hands. Let me hide this fucking meta rig. I hate that this fucking thing. Actually, we should probably delete this because YouTube might not like it. It's in fucking object mode, of course. Boom. It was never there. No one saw this, okay? It doesn't exist. This rig is 100% safe for work. Anyway, I think we should probably do this. This. Then we do some of that. We may do like mirrored poses. I think that's gonna be better. Because then you go coin gets smooshed by their power. Then they're like fighting each other. There's like a force field pushing the mist cloaks away. Then we turn 90 degrees. Kelsier wins. Vin gets like yeeted in that direction. Then the camera turns and she falls like right here in front of the camera. That's like a decent. Initially, when I had this idea, I wanted Vin to be like fucking fighting on top of the rooftops, like pulling herself in all sorts of directions, and the camera like making those wild motions to accompany her. But there's only 120 frames, so I learned my lesson from the other times, is what I mean. Okay? I try to do too much shit every other time, so I'm gonna stick to something simple. I'm not gonna have like the entire month to work on it. I'm gonna have like limited time. So just like on the boss fight challenge, it's not gonna be a lot of time to work on it. So we're just gonna deal with it. There we go. Push her feet a little bit further away. This should be fine. We're gonna move this. Maybe change the shoulder a bit. Because she's not. Oh. Oh, yeah, I should turn off preserve volume because it's not gonna do me much favors on the fucking shoulders. The shoulders are gonna look terrible. And I don't have time to fix it with shape keys. Technically, preserve volumes should be better in this, along with the shape keys that I always add, but whoops. But not today. Today we're doing things quick and dirty. Can you tell that I am doing this like last minute? The challenge just started, but I'm already like, oh my god, I have to finish this in like 1 week. I also decided to just go live randomly because there have been absolutely nothing on this channel for so much time, and the videos that I have planned are all being bitches right now and not working and needing like lots and lots of rework. So it's always like this. Always, always, always. By the way, only reason I don't have chat on the screen is because no one is fucking watching this. If someone comments, I'm gonna pull up chat on screen and just anyway. Just gonna throw it there. I should have put some music on, but I would have to find something not copyrightable. It would be a pain. That should be fine. So basic animation is gonna be done today. We're gonna move the entire thing a little bit backward, and then we're gonna twist her up so she tries to like hold her own, but Kelsier is too strong. There we go. I'm not gonna bother with hair and stuff this time. I'm just gonna use like the normal hair simulation from like default Blender. So there's go boom, boom, boom. She's getting pushed back. You can see that she's getting pushed back, and then boom, right here, she gets thrown back. So we can just grab her hip controller and just fucking woo, throw her back here. Nope, closer to the camera. Oh my god, fucking perspective. We're probably gonna have to throw her like all the way up here, right inside, right to the side of the camera, and then you're gonna pull her just a little bit to the side, so the framing is not trash. Then we're gonna roll. And of course, we'll just fix hands and feet later. Oh, forgot. Should have done that here. Yep. Oh no. Let me just. I hate. Oh. Someone commented. See? I knew it. Let me just find chat and pull it up on screen. Where's chat? Oop. Chat? God damn it, it's not gonna show up. Let me create a new one. Don't worry, I'm gonna pull you up on screen. There you go, chat. I'm gonna have to fix it. Boom. And then I can reply. 100%. I always try to do some fucking Cosmere fan art, but with the recent news that we got, I decided that it was time to do Mistborn instead of Stormlight, because I'm always trying some Stormlight stuff, and I'm never able to do it because Stormlight stuff takes like it's extremely cinematic, so you gotta do a lot of shit. Like I tried to do Kaladin's first, actually second ideal on the last challenge, and then I tried to do Yasna, fucking teleporting between. Oh, my model's tweaking out. Let me just. I'm gonna do a Luma key here just to hide chat a little bit. There we go. And then we can crop on top and bottom. Close, close. Properties. I'm gonna crop like some 200 pixels on the top and some 50 pixels. No. There we go. I'm gonna just leave it here and hope that it is actually visible. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I don't particularly think it's anything as great. I don't. I actually don't really like what I got. Maybe I should just do this, and then otherwise it's gonna be hard to. Yeah, or there's gonna be hard to see. Boom. There we go. That should work. Boom. The only one that I'm actually proud of is the um, Shadows more like little animation thingy. That one I like. The other ones, I tried so much, I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it didn't really matter. Anyway, I'm just gonna do a lot of layout today and a lot of, I'm gonna try to animate as much as I can, because I don't have like weeks to months to the entire month to do this, because I'm actually very, very like pinned down with a lot of work. That's actually why the channel has been dead for so long, because yeah, I've been working like a fucking horse 24/7 uh, in some other projects that I unfortunately cannot mention on YouTube. That's my actual real job. Okay. I used to work at a meat processing plant, and now I do questionable animations for a living with YouTube on the side because YouTube doesn't pay me. So I would love to do YouTube instead because it's so much less work. Anyway, let's pretend that this is fine for now. So we go boom, 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 and then she gets thrown out like so. And I'm thinking to exaggerate that motion a little bit more. Anyway, the idea here is to just, I don't know, I always have one of my like, let me just hide the deformation bones. I don't know why they're on screen. They shouldn't hide the deformation bones. No, that's better. One of my like strongest memories about Mistborn is on book one, when Kelsier and Vin are training. That like the first like training slash fight scene between Kelsier and Vin. And so I'm doing basically that because it's one of the only that I actually have really committed to memory. And my model is broken again. Holy shit, how many times are you not gonna work, my dude? It's been like this on the gaming streams as well. Anyway, I've been busy, too busy. And so I made a gaming channel because I thought, oh, gaming is gonna be easier to do and fill space while I work on other stuff. In theory, actually has been. It's much easier than just, creating tutorials slash cool short films slash other stuff. There we go. That's more like a being thrown away pose. Smush, explosion, gets thrown away. Camera follows. She falls. Huh. I don't know if that's gonna work actually. Boom. Boom. And then she has to. Hmm. Maybe she has to like get up really fast because like Kelsier's gonna fall on her with a fucking obsidian knife or something. Actually, that makes sense. That makes a ton of sense. Let me try doing something like this, and then fifth second or something. It's not even because it's basically, yeah. I have like so many ideas for the channel, and they are just like dead in the water. I have them, and then I don't have time to start them. It's Sunday, and I should actually be working in something else at the moment. But I said, ah, fuck it. I'm too happy right now with certain adaptation news to do anything that's not Stormlight. Oh, actually, that's not Cosmere, because yeah, I don't know. I'm weird like that. Sometimes I know I have to be working. I have to be working in something else right now. Uh, I'm behind I'm like a 2 weeks to a month behind on that actual paid project, and here I am doing a stupid Cosmere animation again. I have so many Cosmere animations that they're just like halfway done, right? And I never finished them. I have one with Yasna on the prologue of book 3, I think, when she is on Gavilar's party and she just falls into Shadowsmar. Shadowsmar. I am like halfway done with that one, and then I have another which is Kaladin on the on the chasms, and he's like thinking about the time where he's like under where he has been like strung up in the high storm. So yeah, I have like the entire thing on my mind. Actually, I don't like this camera turn. Let me just delete that. We're gonna not do a camera turn here. I don't know what we're gonna do. Maybe a zoom. So zoom out, turn, turn, zoom in doesn't work. Shut up. Boom. Maybe another zoom out. I don't know. Anyway. Or maybe we are very crazy and then we go get the camera and then we rotate it 90 degrees on. I don't know which axis it is, and the y axis. And then the camera is looking up. Maybe maybe that's the play. Then you go boom, 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 boom. Oh yeah, yeah, that would work. Cause then instead of just like falling away, she jumps to the sky, and then you see the camera is pointing like straight up, and so you see her like take off like in this direction here. That works. That actually works so much better. Never mind. That's fine. We can delete this 105. Whoops. Keyframe. Yes, but the news is we're getting a Mistborn movie, okay? So I'm thinking about Mistborn. I know Stormlight TV show, etc., etc., but the Mistborn movie has to go well first. So I don't know. I I thought my initial idea. Let me be 100% clear with you here. My initial idea, okay, was Zeth in prologue of book 1, right? Because all those camera turns of the challenge, like 90-degree camera turns, would work so well with him like doing the lashings and going on the wall and on the ceiling and like fighting the guards. But I just know I don't have time for this. I don't have enough time to animate this. I can't get another one where I'm just fiddling with bits of armor and my model stopped working again. I don't know why it stopped. Anyway, the point is, this is not the first, my first idea, okay? But is the feasible idea, I guess. The feasible idea. So we roll with it. We roll with it, and then that's all there is to it. I don't know. That was my original idea. Have Zeth like lashing himself to the walls, and then the camera turns 90 degrees to like follow him or follow the direction of the gravity. Let me just try to understand why my audio keeps defaulting, so it stops working and my model just stands there. Stop. Hello, model. You were okay. Something with pipewire. I don't know. I still haven't found the like actual issue. Let me just close the other Blender window because I don't need that anymore. Anyway, I agree with you that Stormlight has like many much grander, more epic uh, scenes to pull from. But I'm not going with epic right now. I'm going with easy. Okay. What the fuck is that? I'm gonna rotate. I'm gonna duplicate this so it's here, and then we're gonna rotate it 180, and then we can hide it, and then just use this guy to make her fly or something. So basically, she would be like here. Anyway, I agree that Stormlight is probably much like more epic than Mistborn. But one, I'm just happy that we're getting a Cosmere adaptation so soon, that I was alive for it. You know, you understand. I really thought that we just wouldn't get one. No movies, no TV shows. It would take too long, and it would be dead, and that I would die first, basically. I I will try to work on it on the weekends. I'll just try to work on it on the weekends. Probably like do a live stream each week where I do the work, right? Like I'm doing right now. The quick stream. Try not to leak confidential files again. And yeah, probably every Sunday on the afternoon, like I'm doing right now. Let me just. Oh, it's just one of my gaming streams. I accidentally shared a few folders that I shouldn't, but I edited it out. I edited it out. Okay, it's fine. There was only one person watching anyway, and it was on my gaming channel. So there's like my gaming channel has like 3 subscribers. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. By the way, I have a second channel where I do Elden Ring challenges, or I guess one Elden Ring challenge so far, because I haven't finished the first challenge yet. The idea is I am trying to beat the game without resting at any sites of grace. I just beat Tree Sentinel, and then I realized that Renala doesn't count as one demigod, so I'm still locked out of Leyndell and Leyndell, whatever. and I have to kill Radahn probably. I don't know how I'm gonna do it without leveling up. Probably just try my best with the summons and some maybe or some rot pots or like I don't know. I still haven't figured it out, or just learn to dodge him. I don't know. Anyway, this doesn't work really well, but we can probably work out some sort of pose. Oh yeah, oh yeah. We can definitely work something out in the pose. It's just oh, it's because I rotated it. Let me just not do that. Okay, let's do it the hard way because it's probably the only way that is actually gonna work without some weird interpolation. We're gonna leave this as is. Then we're gonna go do that. We're going to select those guys. Actually, just this guy. That's important. Pull her again. So she's up there. And then I hate animating this way, but I think it's probably the only option. I usually prefer to have. There we go. I usually prefer to have control over the root as well. It would be easier if it was animated relative to each other. But that works as well, I think. Mirror always bugs. Always bugs out. We still need to move her that way. I'm just gonna go there. Rotate the hand so it's not broken. But yeah, I'm very happy that we will get to see at least a Mistborn movie. And since we have actual like creative control by Brandon, we should see a pretty my my hope that I'm trying to not feed as much so I don't get too disappointed, right? My like dream is we have a new Lord of the Rings type thing, right? Where it's just like extremely faithful to the books, fucking 3 hour movie, stacked cast, all the CGI, everything done right, you know, with actual fucking intent behind it and like following the story. But I don't want to get uh too greedy right now, you know? It's like when you're fighting fucking Melania and she has a quarter of her health back, and you think, nah, that's like 2 hits. I should just get in close, get those 2 hits, and then she kills you. She lands waterfall and like, whoops. No. And then you're dead. I wonder what's happening here. Oh, okay. We're gonna do this, and then this, and then we're gonna pull her into the camera view. Actually, no. Before we pull her into camera view, we need to remember that this camera rotation thing wasn't finished. And so it's still with default interpolation, and it's probably not gonna be with the default interpolation, right? And so it's gonna be looking elsewhere. It's probably gonna be something like this. Or not. We're gonna hide characters real quick because I need the 30 FPS back. Reference grid. And oh yeah, I forgot this. So boom, we delete this keyframe. Boom. Yeah. That one is not exponential. Where is my graph editor? Let me normalize this. Y rotation. Apparently it's not that one. It's Z Euler. Fine. Just gonna go GY. Oh. Maybe that's what we need. Yeah, that's what we needed. Okay. I need one more. Gonna be something like this. And now, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, it should be. Um, at the moment, I'm a broke ass bitch, so I only use free and open source software. So no, I don't use Houdini nor Maya nor anything else. I would love it. I actually, it probably is free during the challenge, but I don't think I'm gonna do any like smoke simulations. Otherwise, I'm gonna say Ambergen. Like I know how to use Ambergen. I used it before. I just don't have the money for the license. So I've used it before for the challenges because you get like a month long free key generally. I don't know if Django FX is participating this time. Anyway, that should work. Let me bring the characters back. And we need an output folder. You know what? I'm gonna change. There we go. Play blasts, accept, and then we're gonna hide the reference grid. And then we have like the beginning, very beginning of an animation going. I would love to use Houdini because I love simulations. I, I don't know what it is. The thing I love the most about 3D is the one thing I can't do with my computer and memory, etc. And that is simulations. Yeah, uh, I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna try to sync this up to the music. I'm pretty sure that here every like 5 frames is a beat, or actually every 30 frames is a beat, and then every 15 frames is an offbeat. So you could technically have a camera move every 15 frames, but I chose like the bigger camera moves just because it's probably faster that way. Anyway, the scene I had in my mind is on a circular square, and I also have this. This is gonna be much easier this time because asset browser, medieval castle. Here we go. That's another way. Another reason why I chose Mistborn is because Mistborn is just gothic, so I can use this fucking thing. I can finally use this fucking gothic asset pack thing that I have. So I'm just gonna like build sort of square shape with a lot of buildings. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know how to speak. And a lot of buildings on the background, and then just do like a circular square type thing. And I should actually just do this. Boom, because then I have somewhere to put it. Wireframe, so I have a little bit of an idea of the square shape that I want. And yeah, I'm gonna just use this gothic castle asset pack because, you know, we don't have time. We don't have time to model everything. We just don't have time. And then we're gonna pretend that this is a normal square. Of course, we can't put anything on camera path, but it's gonna be fine. I'm thinking a square. That circle is gonna be like the end of the square, so we're gonna move that. Right now I'm just gonna scatter them a little bit randomly, then after I see exactly what is gonna be on the view of the camera, then we're gonna try to be like, oh, let me just change to the timeline and remove the auto key, because placing assets with auto keyframing, nice. I always do that. Then I go to frame 1 and the buildings are in a different place. Anyway, we can do something like this. Boom. 30, 45. I think here, yeah, this is where she should have been blown away, I think. So I think I mistimed it. Let me just do this. Maybe if we do this, we're gonna see. Yeah, because then we have time to make her fall on the offbeat. No, she has to fall on the actual turn. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. So it's gonna be more complicated. Anyway, she gets thrown away. Ideally, that would be right on beat. So we would have to move things a little bit forward. So she just gets thrown on the beat. Boom. Because remember, this challenge is all about timing. Boom. Maybe she falls a little bit too close to camera now that I think about it. So we're gonna just select everything. Gotta remember that there's a whole bunch of cloth seams that I'm gonna have to make, because of course I will. So we're gonna do this. Gonna shove her into the ground like so. Rotate the torso and like scrunch her upper torso like this. And I'm one frame. I'm one frame. Oh wait, there you go. Boom. Let me twist her torso. I guess we could do this. I completely forgot what I was talking about. I got distracted by the work. Okay, so I completely forgot about your question. Sorry. I just forgot I was streaming. That's a dangerous thing. Anyway, uh, yeah, I don't use other software because no money. And even when they have like fucking indie license or student license, it's not the same. And I'm never like super interested. Like I can use 100% of Blender for 100% free with all its flaws and everything, but like I can't use a student license because I'm not a student. And if I were to post, for example, like an animation I made with like a simulation made in Houdini on YouTube, that's technically commercial purposes. If I ever get monetized again, uh, so I never quite fit the license thing, so I never actually try to like do the trial, learn the tool, etc., etc. I'm more like a free and open source kind of guy. I still buy add-ons, like as you can see, but I don't have like the money to pay for any licenses, especially 3D software license. Those are fucking stupid. So instead of doing that, what we can do, since the camera is not gonna roll away, is we have the same thing, but she's like getting up. So we twist her torso up, do this, move her hand like so maybe, and then we have Kelsier. Ooh, that would be cool. That would be cool. Okay, she's here, and half. Let me just pretend for a second that she's just started to hover. Anyway, and also, I never did any Mistborn, any like uh, Scadrial based animations. So I was thinking maybe it's time, it's time for Vin and Calcier, and especially because I haven't told you this, but especially because let me actually do that. File append from world. This world. Do that. Nice. And then we can append that cube as well. Boom. Especially because thanks to Scadrial's, let's say, aesthetic, it's gonna be much easier to have like a striking slash very cool looking and very like dream sequence like uh uh final product. Like, look at this. It doesn't have any bells and whistles yet, and it already looks fucking cool, right? The red sky and everything. Technically, this scene is supposed to be at night, so technically the sky shouldn't be red, but that's what I call a technicality, and if it's cool, I'll allow it. Okay, I'm not like, it's weird, right? Because I want movies and TV shows to be as accurate as possible. But when I'm doing those animations and some like hardcore Cosmere fan comes and like asks me questions about, wait, why aren't you adapting it this way or that other way? Because this should look this way. Well, my fucking Shadowsmar is red. It should be fucking completely black sky and everything. I completely forgot about that. I completely forgot about the cold sun and the black sky. To be okay, in my defense, in my defense, when I read the first Stormlight book, my English wasn't very good, and I bought the English version because the translation wasn't done yet, and the translation is fucking atrocious. The Portuguese version of those books, I don't, I give up. I'm from Brazil. I'm Brazilian. Uh, anyway, I love. Sometimes I love the way uh, things translate to Portuguese. Some books are much better than others uh, when it comes to translations. Stormlight Archive is definitely not the best translation. Actually, it is close to one of the worst translations I have ever seen for any book ever to Portuguese. If you read this book in Portuguese, you will not like the series. You will hate the fucking series. And that's sad. So we start like focusing on a coin here. And I don't know. I'm thinking about the physics, right? There are two elementers pushing on the same coin, right? They're pushing against each other. And on the book, the coin just kind of smushes, right? But I'm thinking, technically, in physics terms, right? When you put too much pressure into something metal, it heats up, right? So maybe when the coin smooshes here, it should actually melt. That would look. Oh, Argentina. You know who is also from Argentina? I think Pablo Vasquez, who does the Blender Today lives, which I mostly put on the background when I'm working, that do all the Blender news and stuff. He's always like with a mate and talking about changes to the Blender. Oh, oh no. We have our first crash, everyone. Woohoo! Thanks, Blender. Very cool. Where's Task Manager? It's not called Test Manager actually. Let's see if he tries to come back when I put him in that process. Not coming back. Not coming back. Let me just kill the process. It's gonna freeze my entire computer for a while. But that means we get to open it again. And choose the window again, apparently, because the screen is black. Blender crashed, okay? It's gonna do this a lot because I'm streaming and working on Blender. And since the update to 5.0, for some goddamn reason, it just doesn't want to do any sort of like multitasking. If I have Blender open with anything else, it just freezes a lot every like fucking 30 minutes or something. I don't know what's wrong with it. I think ever since they changed to Vulkan, uh, for the like the main backend, I couldn't find like an actual cause. That's why I haven't reported it as a bug. It's just probably like an Linux integration thing, because I use Linux. Uh, but anyway, it's probably a Linux integration thing. Uh, it crashes like so much more. And then we have the sun on the background. I don't think we're gonna have the sun on the background, just fucking flash banging everyone. But the coin turns to liquid. Then we have like the fucking turn. I don't know. That looks fucking cool to me. I don't know. I don't know. My hope is that I'm gonna be able to at least do some things. Oh yeah, that's a thing that I can do. I'm just gonna go. I don't know. Maybe I will leave the sun in the background. I don't know. I'm still not sure. Let me just try to rotate it like maybe 45 degrees, like so. Minus 20 degrees, it seems. Because I have to consider like how it lights the characters as well. Because if I put it here, go to rendering, save in case it crashes, and press F12. Initializing, rendering. Yeah, if you care about literally anything else, actually, let me rephrase that. Unless you use some very specific software that only works on on Windows, there's absolutely no reason to switch to Linux nowadays. There's just it's not that complicated. You don't even have to use the terminal if they want it. If like 90% of what everyone does every day nowadays is a fucking web browser, okay? Uh, the other like 20 to 30% is like gaming, or I don't know. If you like produce and edit videos, is a little bit more complicated. Like I have some issues because of Linux, right? I have to use DaVinci Resolve, for example, but DaVinci Resolve is good, and it yeah. Anyway, the point is, yeah, you should just if you have a spare like a second computer, like an old notebook or whatever, you just do some experiments. You're gonna be surprised at how easy and like how much Windows conditions you to like accept mediocrity and like their invasive bullshit. When you try Linux for the when I moved from Windows to Linux, I was like, huh. So I don't need to actually click update. Okay. Oh wait, if I click update, it's not gonna force me to restart the computer. It's just gonna download and install in the background, and I can keep using my computer. Huh. Oh, what a novel concept. It doesn't force me to restart immediately. Wow. Oh, it's not shoving AI and fucking ads on everywhere on my fucking operating system. How novel of a concept. I don't know. There's a certain like awakening that happens. Sure, there are problems. For example, I'm pretty sure that my model keeps stopping because there's some background process that kills the connection between the audio source here and like there's probably a bug in the way that the program like captures my microphone to make the model speak. Because if I just open the window and wait a bit, it returns, you see? So I haven't figured that out yet, but there are some pain points, is the point. But for like 90% of the stuff you do, unless you play like fucking Fortnite, okay? Unless you're like a Fortnite main, you are a Fortnite streamer and that's all you play, then yeah, don't switch to Linux. You're stuck with Windows, sorry. But like for 90% of everything else, it works fine. You may like leave some 10 FPS in some games, maybe. You may leave like some very specific hardware with some like proprietary firmware is gonna work like in a simpler version than the like than it's supposed to, I guess. Things like that, like little pain points, right? They exist. Still, uh, the way Windows is going, um, those pain points are going to become infinitesimally small compared to the bullshit Windows does. I I'm very glad that I changed to Linux. Is my point. Go back to rendering. It's on default settings, so let me try 256 for now. 1 minute should be fine. We should be fine leaving the noise. Yeah, like let me let me show you something like right now. Resources. Okay, let me see if I can open another window. There you go. Okay. System monitor. There we go. With Blender open and rendering, by the way, do you see this? Look at this. 15 gigs of memory, half my memory, with Blender rendering on the background, by the way. I still have half my memory. And if I am correct, Blender is taking, like Blender itself is taking like the majority of those 15 gigabytes. It just, anyway. The point being, yeah, I don't have like 5 gigs of like background processes and shit. Like I can actually use unironically a GTX 1070 with 8 gigs of VRAM from like 2016, 2014. When was the GTX like 10 series release? I don't know. I'm using like fucking I can render a bunch of shit in 8 gigabytes of VRAM is what I'm saying because when Linux is just more efficient with it. Even like some AI stuff I can do technically on like very low VRAM because it's it's a lot more optimized than Windows. Hello? Heyo heyo. Model? Are you working? Unfortunately, this is one of those things. Not everything is gonna work 100% of the time, and no one's actually obligated to work on the software and to give you support and stuff like that. So people who do professional shit that is not online, I get it if you stay on Windows and stuff. Just because you can technically call up like a Microsoft support guy and they're gonna technically, you know, work and help you and shit. But at the same time, what are you losing? You're giving up all your data to Microsoft. You're 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 having fucking co-pilots and all that other shit like shoved down your throat 24/7. Windows updates and it turns back on all of the things that you told it to turn off, you know? I don't I don't know how Windows users do it. I switched way back into fucking 2018, I guess. And it was painful. It was much more painful than a Switch today. Like if you downloaded Zorin OS, put it on a random laptop you have, or something like that, or maybe Bazite, or some like mainstream gaming focused um, distro, you will be fine. You will be 100% fine. You're probably not gonna even see the terminal unless you have like something you gotta fix, right? I'm a massive advocate. I have been a massive advocate ever since like ever since I switched basically. Before Microsoft started fucking up so bad, I was already like a Linux fanboy because you know. Okay, that works. That works. We're going to increase the intensity of the sun though. Let me try 20. And it's frozen again. Uh-oh. Blender? Blender? Blender, my friend? Please, don't crash. I don't want to have to keep fucking... Okay. Task manager! uh... Oh no, I'm a Linux guy. I just open the terminal and kill it via commands or something like that. Nah, why would I do that? I have a task manager. Boom, Blender's gone. Every anyway, oops, that's the wrong one. Elements are fight. There we go. Then we're gonna go pull it up again. There's gonna be a lot of this. Blender doesn't really like multitasking in this current iteration. It's probably something I have like misconfigured or something like that. There we go. I'm actually thinking about switching my Linux distribution because technically speaking, I'm one of the worst. I'm using one of the worst actual like not the distro. The distro is fine, but like the window manager and stuff like that. The what is the name? I forgot the name of the thing. The anyway, I'm using Wayland. It has a lot of problems. I should probably be using something like I don't know, KD Plasma or something. I should not be using GNOME is a thing. I'm pretty sure that's the reason of my the actual reason of my problems. I should change my desktop environment. Okay, that's a little bit better. So, what I was going to do, right? Have that. Technically, this fight happens at night because they wouldn't be training, right? Allomancers wouldn't be training at sunset or whatever. But creative interpretation, we we can use some creativity, okay? Because it's gonna look more, it's gonna look better. There we go. Yeah, I'm always some. I'm always just a little bit worried about stuff. Okay, that works. We're gonna just, for YouTube, we're gonna just hide this guy for now because he doesn't have any clothes. There's no not safe for work bits, but we don't trust YouTube with any nuance. Any nuance? Oh yeah, and there's text. The rules. Where's the rules? We don't trust YouTube's AI moderation with fucking any sliver of having to decide on nuance. We keep it simple here. Until we're able to work on his clothes, we're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep him out of the renders. Okay. I'm thinking maybe we should like textures paint his cars. I'm not sure it's gonna actually show up. Like it's gonna like appear on camera. Maybe it will. Probably won't. There we go. Yeah, it's still gonna be bright though. Maybe we should increase the contrast and then lower the. Yeah, that's gonna look better. Anyway, now that we have the main like little look and like the main little animation done, we should probably work on Kelsier and his clothes, because otherwise YouTube may, we're gonna leave that. We're gonna change this to Kel. Um, I guess we could just do a play blast real quick. We're gonna activate the mist cloak. We're gonna bake the cloth just to see the vision, right? We just gotta see the vision, because maybe we just, I don't know. You know when you're technically procrastinating and you have a lot of work to finish and you're just like, I need to see the vision. I need to see why this is important and why should I care. because it's not paying my bills. But I need to look. I need to see. You know, I need to see. It needs to look cool. It needs to look cool. But anyway, how is how has your week been going? My week has been terrible, as you may expect. I'm currently on debt, working a lot. Ooh, there you go. And I'm not sure that next month or the month after that is gonna be good or decent, or is not gonna be terrible. But Blender is still gonna be here, and just like Linux and other open source things, it's probably one of the only things that is not gonna be enshittified, and is going to keep improving. And so that is one silver lining. Everything is gonna suck, but Blender's gonna keep going. Blender's gonna just keep getting better. Let me try a 20 pixel. Yeah, there you go. And yes, you should switch to Linux. Well, I hope they get well soon. I was in the hospital uh, a few days ago. My gut stopped working, as one does. And so I couldn't eat anything for like a week. There you go. There you go. Nice. Don't need the rest of the simulation. Let's try to imagine the vision here, okay? We're gonna render view, render playlist. It's not that I'm fine now. It's just a thing. Around 2016, I think I had like appendicitis, and I had to do like an emergency surgery, and that left some nasty scar tissue on my around like my intestines and stuff. And so that sometimes twists itself around the like actual gut thing, and then it clogs. Basically, uh I'm unable to eat anything, and I just throw it back. The issue is, if you do surgery to fix that, there's a chance that there's gonna be new scar tissue forming, and then it's gonna clog more. If I'm not mistaken, Markiplier had the same issue, but he actually did surgery and it actually fixed it. I don't remember. The point being is, doctors just don't want to risk surgery uh, if it fixes itself, and it generally fixes itself. It just takes a while. You have to stop eating and you know uh, stay on IV for a while, and then transition to like liquid fluid to like fluid diet, and then it's gonna be fine. Um, Let me switch the preferences thing to yeah, render in image editor. Because I wanted animation to show up on the same window, but it won't. Damn it! I'm gonna have to share the window, I think. Hmm. Because here's the thing, right? I don't have a good GPU, so basically, I can't just play the animation and expect it to be 30 FPS. I have to render the play blast and then play the play blast thing. Um, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Um, yeah. The thing is, I'm still mad ever since 2016 because I was like 16. I was born in 2000, right? I was 16 years old, right? I went to the hospital like pretty much right away when it started, right? Because for some reason, I just knew it was appendicitis, right? I just knew. I don't know why, right? But the doctor didn't want to believe me because he thought I was like a googling shit or just going on WebMD or whatever, and then just putting my symptoms and just coming up with a diagnosis. I shouldn't have said anything. I just should have just left her to like do the examination and just not giving any opinion anything. She kept me for fucking 12 hours on observation, right? And next morning when they did the fucking ultrasound, it was it was like almost bursting, right? It was like they had to do like a fucking emergency surgery like right away. If they had done the fucking the ultrasound like when I got there, right? I should I would be able to um I would have been able to use like another type of surgery, and it would have been way less invasive, and it wouldn't need to cut. They wouldn't need to cut, right? They would have basically made just two little pinholes, right? Inflated my gut with gas and like did the fucking, I don't know the English word for it, right? But it's another type of procedure. But because she insisted that I was wrong and that I was googling shit and whatever, and oh, you're just a kid, right? What the hell do you know? I'm a doctor and shit. You just have gas. That was literally her theory, that I had like some bad case of I ate something bad and then my gut was like fucking, I had gases. It was stupid. It was stupid, right? I wasn't gonna die, I think, like because I was on the hospital. If it burst, like they would probably be able to save me, but it was completely unnecessary. It was just 100% unnecessary. If you just believed me, okay, just do the fucking test. You have a fucking taxpayer funded fucking healthcare, right? Just do the fucking exam. It's not like you're the one paying for it, right? But no, no. She just had to like show it to the uh, fucking smart ass kid or whatever. Let's see if I can share the window so that animation. Okay, there. Wrong one. There you go. So this is how it looks right now. I fucking love Miss Cloaks, man. Yeah, you did it. Yeah, it looks fine. Obviously, Kelsier has to move. But for now, we're just gonna settle on giving him clothes, so he has a mist cloak as well. I don't know. I'm pretty confident it's gonna look fine. I'm not sure I can use the template music that they gave us to like time it with. I'm not sure I can show that on stream. It's not gonna get fucking flagged for copyright or whatever, so I'm not gonna show it. But I think it somehow matches the thing pretty decently. Of course, the camera moves need some jiggle, some fucking easing, and some jiggle just to mark the beat. Right? It has to like tremble a little bit to mark the beat. It looks fine. I was thinking that maybe I should like add more of those little tassels on the cloak, but it's gonna look fine, I think. Anyway, I'm just gonna leave this little thing playing. I don't know, here. Boom. Because next time when I render something else, it's gonna just show there the Blender animation player window, and it's gonna look cool. Don't get me wrong, like this. Let me just hide Kelsier right now because he's not clothed in YouTube. Then we're gonna try to render something. Hopefully Blender doesn't crash, but it's gonna look cool. I'm confident that it's gonna at least not look stupid, because I had some entries where it just looked kind of bad. And of course, he still shows up. And I should probably remove the buildings. Hmm. I'm thinking, right? Maybe we just put them like farther away, so they don't like interfere a lot. Oops. So they don't interfere a lot with the framing. And then we like build up like a sort of sloped, yeah, sort of sloped terrain. Let me just actually hide the guy from render because I don't want to get struck down by the mighty AI moderation. There you go. Hopefully Blender doesn't crash. I hate when Blender crashes. Yeah, I'm getting the vibes. Motion blur is on. I should probably use vector blur because there's a lot of volumetrics on the scene. I'm gonna. I don't know. I'm gonna turn it off for now. For the final render, we may actually use motion blur. I don't know. But anyway, I think the layout is okay. So we're gonna just do some stuff like try to at least block this environment a little bit better. So asset browser, there's a bunch of shit here. Let me hide this cube thing. Hide this cube thing. We're gonna just throw some like big pieces here. Some towers that go in the background. This is the good thing about kit bashing. I always wanted to do kit bashing. I never had money to buy kit bash assets, so I was stuck with free ones. But finally, there's a coincidence, and the free ones match my vibe, or rather, the vibe of the thing that I'm doing, right? Because Mistborn Mistborn is definitely a gothic inspired thing, right? Oh, I can't wait to have the ash on the ground, like piles of ash on the ground. I'm thinking like Dark Souls inspired, right? Like little piles of ash uh up against the walls of those buildings. It's gonna look so fucking sick. Just gonna do some stuff here. Gonna see if for some reason it's gonna show up on render on the viewport. Hopefully it does. Oh, it does. Nice. Scene light, scene world. Oh, 90% of the aesthetics is the fog. Nah, dude, this is gonna look insane. Ah, man, it looks so fucking cool. I can't. I'm hyped. I'm gonna have to deal with the cube thing. Okay. We're going to hit play. Here on the ground is gonna be like I expect a square probably. So I'm thinking some public lighting. And then we're gonna do like the uh, sort of like city avenue type things. We're gonna stack just on like the camera views. We're gonna stack like buildings, foreground to background. Like so. So they show up on the background. Right now the floor is white, so yeah. But yes, it's gonna look so fucking cool. Let's go. This sort of like floating up part is gonna look good. So coin melting, or like smooshing at least. Then we got like the fucking striking background. We have two Mistborn. I'm thinking maybe the camera should be a little bit lower to the ground. Hmm. I want the scene to look like fucking cinematic, right? And I'm thinking maybe we can cheat a little. Do this, this, and then like rotate the tiniest bit up. Because technically in the challenge, it says exactly 90 degrees, but I think it's gonna keep the spirit of the thing. Okay. Now, this should look fine. I have the circle here because I want to put I have exactly the texture that I know it's gonna look great here. Which, by the way, I should probably start doing. I'm like stalling here. So first, we're just gonna go. Oh, I just have one of those there already. Let me try a tower. Then another like a sideways. A sideways version of that castle. Oh, and then there's all those towers and walls and shit that are on the other extreme here, right? We should probably do like those are the ones I like. I mean, if you are anywhere near a fantasy or like medieval style things enjoyer, this wall is the most fucking perfect thing you have ever seen on your entire life. Just like take that in. It looks so good. A block of black. Let me just hide the cube so the lighting is better. It's just cool. Look at this. It's so fucking cool. So after all of that, we're gonna place our wall. It's gonna look a little bit tiny, but it's no problem. Generate an array. Can do that. Then we have the walls of the city. Yeah, wall of the... That would look a little bit more like Luthadel. Luthadel. We need to turn on the vibes again. Yeah, the vibes filter. Scadrial vibes filter. Then we're gonna go back to 90. Or actually before 90, because this rotation is gonna should show. Yeah, it's gonna show the entire thing for a few frames, but it has to look like a city street. So we're gonna just get the same thing again. We're gonna Alt D it. To instance. There are some walls. Sorry. I love this fortress wall asset. It's great. You might notice that my ping is absolutely atrocious. But yeah, my internet's not the best, and I'm on Brazil, and YouTube is probably routing it through a bunch of stupid places first. What the fuck? What happened? Oh, that's nice. If I press Alt S, it like full screens it. I never saw that before. I forgot that it was here. Thank you, thank you. Now, I don't remember where the texture is though. That's an issue. Wait, what? God damn it! That's what I said. That's what I was saying. Look, now they're both here. The fucking keyframe thing. Stay on place, please. Boom. Now, there are so many things to do We can put clothes on Kelsier, and we can finish populating the scene. I think blocking is fine already. I think to finish blocking, we should probably do Kelsier's animation, but he's naked, so we probably should actually be working on Kelsier's clothes right now. So I'm gonna do some things off screen just to make sure he is actually 100% safe for work when I import him into the other scene. So I'm gonna open another Blender window. Just, you know, precautions you have to take because YouTube. Open another window. We can append from Allomancer Fight collection Kel. Append. It's gonna wait a bit. Hopefully, it doesn't crash the other Blender window. Okay. Did work. And no, it would have been fine. Good. Good to know. Gonna hide the hair because we don't need that anymore. I'm just gonna do some things off screen. Make sure it's fine. Can hide that. Can have the pose mode. Because with YouTube, you never know. You never know, right? It would be better if we didn't have such an obvious rig UI thing, which we'll probably have to hide too. Let me just do that. Because here's the thing, I could have started a character from scratch. Let me add to another one collection, assign, and then hide it. Nice. That should work. That should work. Let me swap screens again. Anyway, I could have started another character from scratch, but it was gonna take too long. So I used a couple of my other characters that I already have the rig like ready, but let's just say they're not the ideal YouTube friendly types. So right now he has a hole. Anyway, I think for pants we're gonna have to make them from scratch, but for like a quick shirt we can probably just select some loops and extrude them just like we did with Vin. We're gonna hide it. Gonna hide it. For him, I think his neck is a little bit better, so we just need this. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. Okay, fine. Happy? Anyway, now we can duplicate that. I was gonna just use a mask modifier to hide the thing, but I thought when I go into edit mode, it's gonna be a terrible idea. So I just deleted it. It's a 3D model. He doesn't feel pain. There's no worries. Can just delete that mask because it's not gonna work anymore. I can delete those two shrink wraps, and we can do Alt S to make a shirt. Boom. Should be a nice shirt. God damn it. I'm on a random fucking shape key, of course. Let me create a new shape key then. Nothing to see on the shape key names, of course. That's better. We're just gonna very 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 quickly get rid of all the materials, and boom, we have a shirt. A little bit of a short shirt now that I think about it, but should be fine. Hello. Oh, individual origins. There you go. There we go. Fine. As I said, a shirt is the easy part though, because now we're gonna have to make pants, and those pants have to actually work on animation. So, plain. Since we're doing some pants for him, I'm thinking maybe Kelsier would have some more, a little bit baggier pants. Vince will be very like tight, because in her case I could just duplicate the legs and make pants. Not so much for him. I'm gonna have to actually do clot sim. What's going on? I was being stupid. That was what was going on. Okay. Remember to do mirror. Then we gotta have to do. Let me hide this plane on the plane of the ground. This ground plane, because he was flickering like crazy. Anyhow, that should be fine. We will do like a loop for the belt. Then we're gonna just do some more edge loops. More edge loops. And then we're gonna just duplicate that. You could extrude as well, actually. That should probably be faster. Delete those faces. Can you? Hello? Why don't you? I don't know. Let me get up to. Here. Do that. Yes. Then we delete the holes for the thing. We do the only faces here. Only faces here. Actually, before doing that, we should probably subdivide it once. Let me just... There we go. Now we can do it, because it's not going to be impossible for the solver to actually do it. I only know how to do baggy pants, okay? Oh, only faces. Now we see if that's gonna work. Apply the scale, apply the mirror, and we're gonna go cloth. The pants fall. We're gonna go with sewing, max sewing force, I don't know, 10. Shrinking factor, 0.0, 0.001. We're gonna do object collisions. Just increase the collision thing. No self collisions. Does he have collision? Nope. Gonna create collision for him then. And we're gonna turn off gravity. Maybe we're gonna turn off gravity until it's fucking... No, we're just gonna turn off gravity. Let's go. I hate making pants. Okay. Pause. We are going to increase this to 10. We're going to 0.25 this, or actually 0.5 this. No. There we go. We're also gonna turn on self collisions. Let's try this again. I just hate pants. Let me just increase the shrinking factor. Okay, would have worked. Maximum force 10. Let's try this again. A little better. The thing is, this is so much not Kelsier, because Kelsier likes to use noble clothes and stuff, but we're just gonna pretend, right? We're just gonna pretend that we are decent at making clothes. That can actually work. Let me see if self collisions are messing it up somehow. I don't know why. Okay. I turned off gravity, okay? Why are you just going down? I don't want you to go down. Let's try making gravity positive. We should, like, go up. No, it won't. No, it won't. You know what? I'm starting to think it's just gonna be easier to just... Actually, no, not gonna delete it. I'm gonna hide it. I'm gonna try the thing. Same thing I did with Vin. Just duplicate the legs. I don't have time for this bullshit, okay? I'm just gonna go grid fill. Maybe grid fill is gonna help me, okay? Duplicate, selection, select the pants. Hello? Pants? Should be fine. Should be fine. I forgot to delete a certain part. Should probably delete that now. YouTube's not gonna recognize this, right? YouTube's not gonna recognize this. Fingers crossed. Then we hide the body. Boom. And now we have some faces to fill. I guess we can just do. No, we can't. Can't do that. You know what? For pants, we probably can just delete this whole thing. Boom. And then we can grid fill that. Right. This and this. Grid fill. Wrong menu. Yeah, grid edge loops. You're gonna put one cut in the middle. We can delete those two and make two like quads here. There we go. The lengths we go to keep family friendly. Um, that should work, because then on scoped mode we're just gonna. Okay. One fixed. Second issue, probably not that easy to fix. We're gonna try anyway. We're going to try anyway. I'm thinking this. Yeah, we can delete this thing, this extra edge. Nice. Nice. Then this. Then we do bridge. And then we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we're gonna cut 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Nine times. See? See? It's gonna work. Trust. It wasn't a mistake. No, it was a mistake. Okay. Okay. Now it should be fine. What am I doing? I can just do this and this and bridge. I keep forgetting that there's things that are easier to do. Now, this is gonna be interesting. It's gonna be a mess. Should probably go to scoped mode and relax the whole thing. Oh, there we go. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. To 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It actually should work. What the fuck? Oh, it did work. Okay. No cuts. Then we do this. Fill the faces. And then all we need is a new shape key. Because we have all those other shape keys that we don't need. And I guess this one doesn't need, we don't need that one anyway. Then we can just go to sculpt mode and smooth it out. And we should have pants. Relax. Where's relax? Relax. It's not gonna relax. Of course it won't. Hey. Why it works on edit mode and doesn't work on... Oh, it's because of the fucking... Nor corrective smooth. Ah, there we go. We had some issues. Can turn off the 2 shrink wraps because you don't need them. And yeah, that's some perfectly acceptable pants. Let me just... That's a little bit less acceptable. Why did the fucking thing... Why? Why? You decided to go to the fucking origin point. Guess you just have to fill it again, so shouldn't be... But why? There we go. Now the annoying parts of the fix should be done. All I have to do is do this, this, this. And we should have some pants. Now we can probably smooth that and use scrape fill to make it look a little bit more like pants and a little bit less like just an ass. Goddamn. Where the fuck is... Why? Ow. That must have hurt your ears. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to go pretty soon because apparently my schedule doesn't fucking matter, but other people's do. So I'm gonna have to go. But should only take around 5 minutes. So I guess I'll just add this to the mask and then I'll be right back. Just press L, add to the mask. You know what? That should work. There we go. Now the body's masked. There is the clothes. They're not very stylish, I will admit, but they will serve their purpose of not getting me banned on YouTube. Anyway, be right back. I'm just gonna get a text here on screen. No, I'm gonna come back. Don't worry. It's gonna take 5 minutes. I'm just gonna leave this right here, and I'm gonna go do something real quick, and I'll be back. Before I go back, let me just. Now I can go. And I'm back. Everyone has left the chat. Anyway, now that our Kelsier has clothes, a little bit modest clothes, right? I guess we can do the speed run of deleting all materials. Boom. Probably should have done that with the other one as well. For now, we're just gonna give it like a there you go. Basic material. I don't really want to do a lot of UV unwrapping and editing and stuff. So all I'm gonna do is apply the scale. The shirt should already be basically all done for the weight painting. And I'm gonna just do automatic weights for the pants. And it should mostly work, right? Yeah, we have pants. Now we can uh, give him a mist cloak as well. So just gonna get this, duplicate this collection, move it to Kelsier's rig, and I guess fit it to him a little bit better. I'm gonna go with 3D cursor, I think. It's fucking the cloth modifier. Let me just hide it. It's probably actually not a good idea. Let me just put him in rest position. We're going to delete this armature, hide subdivision. I was hoping that I could just reuse the mist cloak. I may actually be able to with some very simple adjustments. I don't know. I think his has a like a. Let me just. I think his mist cloak has a hood. I should probably. I should probably. Why are you not working again, model? Hello, hello, hello. Default. Hello. Are you working? Are you working? The sound should be working. Maybe my microphone just stopped work. No, it's working. Okay. It just takes a while, I guess. Anyway, I should probably be able to make something. Let me just try. We can just select both ends here with proportional editing on. Can do that. Then we just move those down a bit. And then for the hood, doesn't have to be perfect. We're just blocking, and we can fix it with shape keys later. What I'm thinking is I should probably get this corner and this corner They are not at the same place, so I guess we're gonna get those corners. That should do a perfectly acceptable cloak. Select both of those vertices. Control X. Then we do this. And then we have to count again. From here to here. God damn it, where's the scene statistics? Versus 19. So we should have 20. We should have 19 here. So let me just. Okay. There we go. And I'm thinking this guy's as well. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We can do this instead. 17, 18, 19. Okay. So it's going to be, if we do 2 here, it's going to be the right amount, I think. We will figure it out. And then we select this, this, and we're going to bridge edge loops. Yes. My calculations were correct. We do that. Then we fill this in. Fill that in as well. Select all of that. Pull it here. And then all I gotta do is do this. Apparently not. Apparently it's... I was so sure. Maybe if you go median point and then just do that a little bit. And I'm pretty sure that the reason why it's not working is because this is too stretched. So I'm just gonna go do this. Now we can select that. Yeah, nice. Unfortunately, now we have n-gons. It's actually probably better to just delete this guy. And then we figure it out later. Because all of that's going to be simulated anyway. Right. Then we can just... That should work, actually. Gonna be a little weird, but should work. Of course, I'm not thinking about UVs and anything else. It could be a complete disaster. But that's what we do. We half-ass it, and then we fix it with shape keys and sculpting and shit. Choo 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 choo. Choo choo choo. We can. Okay. Anyway. This should work. I know it looks stupid right now, but when it actually gets simulated, it's gonna be fine. Then we're gonna apply scale, of course. And then we're gonna go back to weight painting. To make sure that this has weight 0. So it actually gets simulated as well. Then we can swap the armature. Armature deform. It's gonna use the same bone names, I think. So I shouldn't need to change anything. Let me see. Yep. Then all we gotta do is automatic weights again. It's just gonna update it. Then we pull this here. Turn on sufficient. Turn on cloth. And here we have our Kelsier. Kelsier from Temu. Kelsier from AliExpress. But I don't care. Good enough for me right now. We should be fine. There we go. We append collection. Kel. And then we hope Blender doesn't crash, because sometimes it just crashes when appending stuff. In the meanwhile, we try to fix our model again, because it stopped fucking working. Oh, there you go. It's back. Okay. Now we can actually animate Kelsier's movements. Wait, what the fuck? Didn't append? Wait, apparently it didn't. What? Let me just do that. Select characters. Append. Hello? Blender? Can you work? Can you work, please? It froze. Oh man, the day is going great. The day is always going great. Will you please not fucking crash when I... Oh, oh, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Yes, it worked. Nice. Okay, okay. Okay. I still have some widget stuff. Oh, there you go. The Mist Cloak is being a little bit, acting a little bit like Venom right now. Just explodes. Anyway, now we can probably hide it, and then we can work with Kelsier's. Whoop. Oh, I thought it was his butt. We can work with Kelsier's animation. Where is the... Oh my god. That's so bullshit. I hate when this happens. I hate when this happens. There is already a collection with all these fucking widgets inside. Why does he have to append them as well? Why? Nobody needs that shit. The widget collection is here. It's here. It already exists. Why do you have to fucking append them separately? Every time that I append or link like a rig, it always does this shit, and I don't understand how to turn it off. I'm Blender noob. I do not understand. Anyway, um, nah, I deleted the guy, so I guess I just gotta remake the pose because I'm stupid. I should have just switched the actions and applied the action from the other rig to this one, so I don't waste time and waste work doing stuff that I don't need to. But I'm stupid. The thing I've done more in the entire fucking planet is waste work and do it again and repeat it. That's why I'm always behind schedule. That is always why. I animated the thing twice. Every time. Where is it? Oh, there you go. Anyway, my mouse stopped working, so I'm using the... Hello? I'm using the... my pen. I hope it works because it's also kind of flaky. I never did it. I sometimes did some random accents, but it's all on very old videos that nobody watched. And the videos that everyone watched, I did many more annoying things. But as I said, I'm a Blender noob, okay? Actually, no, I want the opposite. And yes, I know they're bare feet right now, but I will find some boots that work well with the time period, okay? I will scour Sketchfab. Don't worry. 3dassets.1. There must be some footwear. Otherwise, I'm just gonna make a very basic boot. I'm gonna model it myself if I don't find anything acceptable. By the way, I didn't think I ever shouted out any of you guys' names. You're on screen, but thank you for watching the stream. Uh, Koyak YouTube and Shorty YTP. I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce this. Anyhow, I'll probably be live every Sunday, at least a little bit, doing this animation, so I can actually submit it to the challenge. But I also should probably, maybe on Saturday, be live on the second channel, uh, fighting Radan with the started class and zero actual skill. So if you're interested in seeing someone die 500 times, it's probably a good waste of an afternoon next Saturday. Or maybe I'm just gonna cancel the gaming streams and just focus on the challenger right now. I don't know. It's been a while since I posted anything on the main channel. I have a lot of things that I want to post on the main channel, but none of them are finished, including but not limited to some very cool fractal stuff. To but it was supposed to be like a quick little project that I was gonna post, uh, because Blender finally lets you use the repeat zone on shader editor, so you can do very cheap fractals with just some simple vector math and the repeat node, the repeat zone node. But unfortunately, I ran into some issues with the VDB stuff that I wanted to do, because I wanted to use all the new Blender 5.0 features and then do like a little quick video saying, oh, this video was impossible before Blender 5.0 because of XYZ feature, right? I thought it would be like a cool video, but I missed the release schedule of Blender 5.0. It's this the actual animation is gonna probably just stay on my hard drive until Blender 6 or whatever. There's like a bunch of shit on my. I started this and I worked 5 hours on it, and then I never touched it again. Folder, especially for YouTube stuff. Because the thing is, the results are good enough that I feel bad not posting the final shit and only posting like some half-assed version of it. It it's good enough that I don't that I want to finish it, but then so much time passes, the opportunity passes, everything passes, and it's just I don't have time for it. I'm fucking doing a lot of fucking animations, literally, because YouTube doesn't pay bills, but sex does. I mean, sorry, I should have bleeped that. Don't ban me, YouTube. YouTube AI moderation is pretty shit. I should probably have some music on the background so it's not so annoying to watch. But anyway, that should be nice enough for now. Then we have this. what I'm thinking is we make Kelsier float and strike like a cool pose right in front of the camera here. Although the physics of this not gonna work very well, because an elementic push would probably you would probably want to be grounded, right? But maybe he found like an iron gate behind him or something that he's actually like scored against it, and then another spire on top of a cathedral, right, or something like that, that he's pushing against both, and then he's like locked in place or something, and then that helps him, do the push he needs to like uh to throw Vin away. That's my headcanon, okay? What I want is to do things that look cool, not necessarily be 100% lore accurate. It is going to look cool regardless, okay? I don't want any die-hard Cosmere fans saying, but investiture and Adonal Legion or whatever. No. It's gotta look cool. That's the main rule. The secondary rules, it has to be recognizable. The tertiary rules, it needs to follow the actual lore. So it's not like I'm not gonna make it accurate, because otherwise it's not gonna be a fan art or adaptation. But I will take some liberties, okay? I hope Apple TV doesn't have the same mentality when working on the show, but I'm just a fan, okay? I'm not the one doing anything official, so we're gonna pull that like so, maybe. Because technically speaking, in the books, I don't think they actually like raise their hands to push and pull steel, because there's no need to, right? Elementic push and pull, like if I remember correctly, pushes and pulls against your center of mass. So there is no reason to like strike a cool pose to like push and pull the steel, right? If I remember correctly. But at the same time, visually speaking, it would be very boring if he just actually it could look cool, not gonna lie, if he's just completely still and he has like a very bored pose, not dynamic at all, like just slowly walking, but not for this challenge, right? In the actual movie slash show, it could look cool. He's just like completely immovable or something like that. By the way, how many of you actually know what I'm talking about? Because I see one Cosmere fan here, our friend Kiwak. 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 But I don't know if you are actually understanding anything of what I'm saying. If you don't, if you never read Mistborn, it is a fan animation after all. Though I'm inclined to believe that a good portion of my audience actually read Mistborn, and a good portion of the people that are actually interested in the Punisher 3D render challenge probably also watch Corridor Crew, and I'm almost 100% sure that Ren is a fucking massive fan of the Cosmere, and he had mentioned it at least 2 or 3 times on the channel before, on like the main Corridor Crew channel, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, and he also made an interview with Brandon Sanderson once, which I watched because I like having things on the background while I work. I can't do that here because we are live and YouTube would take down this live real quick. Oh, I read, to be honest, no, I think I'm caught up. Actually, I think I'm caught up. I haven't read the. I think the only book from the Cosmere that I haven't read. Oh no, there's more now. I haven't read Isles of the Ember Dark because I don't have money to buy it right now. And I haven't read the one of the Frugal Wizard one. The other ones I have read them all. I think the Secret Project ones I have read Yumi. I have read. Yeah, I read them all, I think. Sunlit Man, all of them. Yeah, I'll try then not to uh, give you spoilers on the Secret Project ones. Oh wait, maybe you mean the Isles of the Ember Dark as the last Secret Project. So yeah, that one I haven't read yet as well. I don't have money right now. I'm glad that Sanderson is just uh no, it's not Cosmere, but you know what I mean. I've read the Prime versions of all the books. I have read the White Sand thing. White Sand's Cosmere, but you know what I mean. I haven't even read like Legion and the other random books that are not Cosmere, pre-Cosmere, I think. Because I just like Brendan's style. What I'm reading what I just finished reading right now was The Will of the Many. Actually, no, I finished reading The Strength of the Few, which is the second book, and I quite like it. I quite like The Will of the Many and Strength of the and both Will of the Many and Strength of the Few. I think they are very cool books, very nice twists and shit. Okay, a little bit annoyed that I'll have to change it, but camera, where's the camera? We're gonna go do this for better framing. So yeah, I wanted to read the Frugal Wizard. I keep forgetting that I'm live when I'm working and thinking about stuff, and then I realized that I stopped mid sentence. Anyway, I don't like how it looks here. I'm gonna change it. Oh, that's why it looks bad. Okay. Blender changed the way automatic keyframes work, and it fucking annoys me so goddamn much. It fucking it ugh, I fucking hate it. Once upon a time, it used to be that when you set keyframes, Yeah. Uh, used to be that when I set keyframes, uh, they would actually create a new keyframe for all fucking bones, or rather. Anyway, Blender tried to optimize something and change something. Maybe the animators asked for it, but it breaks my fucking workflow. It just basically Blender just inserts the keyframe in only the places where it changed, and it doesn't insert the, like, for example, if I only change the rotation here, it's just only going to insert the keyframe on the rotation. Well, we did it for all of them now. I don't know. The thing is, if you don't have a keyframe on the beginning of the scene with all three, when you change, it's just only going to affect like one of the things and not the others, and then it causes issues basically. I don't know if I'm explaining it right. Doesn't matter. Let me see. Anyway, my favorite book of the Cosmere is and will remain. I wonder when this one is gonna get adapted. By the way, um, fuck, I forgot the name. I forgot the name of my favorite book. Wait a minute, I gotta remember. I'm drawing a blank here. It's. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Don't worry, I'm gonna remember. Blender is getting better on animation. They just made some fucking baffling choices with their recent animation quote unquote improvements. Maybe like professional animators like it more now, but I was so used to the way things were that it's kind of hard for me to be happy with the changes. Is what I mean. Um, what the fuck was Warbreaker? That's one. That's the name. My favorite Cosmere book is Warbreaker. I just I don't know why I blinked so hard on the fucking name of the thing. It is so far my favorite like climax on the Cosmere. And I read all of the Stormlight books, right? I understand like the powerful, like raw feeling that you get when one of the Stormlight books like it's ready to end, and you have all of the fucking things lining up perfectly. And the book has fucking 1,000 pages, and so a lot of things get paid off like one after the other. I understand that, but I'm a simple man, okay? I just like what I like, and I like Warbreaker. Warbreaker is one of my favorite twists and my one of my favorite climaxes of any of Sanderson's books. And I know that like in theory or in practice, it shouldn't be so like so like groundbreaking to me. I just know I just know that I like it. But yeah, I agree with you that Maya is probably better for animation because every single motion picture film, like animated, that I ever saw, with the exception of one Netflix movie, was animated in Maya. Like all of the great movies, the great animated movies, Arcane, all of them, they were probably animated in Maya. With the exception, I think, of the DreamWorks movies, they have their own animation software, I believe. but it's proprietary. Oh, oh. Hmm. I don't know. Elantris has a great ending. I'm not gonna argue with you on that one. Like from a movie perspective, if Elantris was a movie, okay, I love a climax where the fucking main character is running like a fucking anime protagonist, and Elantris has that, right? Has that energy, right? Where I forget the names of every I forget the names of character, but basically the main character is like half of the climax of the book is him running, and I think that's very anime, and I think it's very physical. It's a good climax. I like Elantris. Now, Words of Radiance. I'm gonna say controversial opinion here. Words of Radiance as a whole is a great book. It peaks at the fight. White Spine Uncaged. Okay? That's where it peaks. The climax of the book fucking doesn't matter, okay? I uh, I'm checked out by that point. I keep reading because it's interesting, etc. But the book peaks when we have the Kaladin, Adolin, and the other four shard bearers like fight. It peaks there. It's a great book. Okay, no, don't get me wrong. The climax is decent. It's fine, but I'm checked out by that point. Okay, I'm still thinking about the fucking badass fight in the middle of the book. Right? It kind of distracts me from the ending every time I read it, and I read it like 3 times already. Anyway, the point being, uh, in terms of like best endings, Words of Radiance is not the Stormlight book I would pick. I would actually pick Oathbreaker. I would probably, in terms of like the ending, I would pick like Oathbreaker. Oh, I see it. Remember what I said, right? Fucking placing the goddamn buildings with automatic keyframes on. The building is lighting. Any of those have keyframes? Yeah, you have. You shouldn't have keyframes. Let me delete them. Anyway, I like Words of Radiance as a book, as a whole. I think it peaks on the middle of the book. And that's not a thing generally for Sanderson's books, but Words of Radiance just peaks with that fight, and it kind of feels like that should be like the fucking climax of the book. I know it's like everything else shouldn't matter, right? But with all the developments of the story, etc., that's where like, especially if you're coming from the Way of Kings, right, and you're expecting uh the main character of Words of Radiance to be Kaladin. I'll get to Wind of Truth, Wind and Truth, a little bit later. Just let me finish the thought. When you read Way of Kings, you have the main characters. You have Kaladin, you have Shallan, you have Dalinar. But the main character is Kaladin, right? And you kind of expect that in the second book is gonna keep being that. But of course, the like actual hero main character of second book is Shallan. So the actual climax stuff generally revolves around Shallan and Dalinar more than Kaladin. Kaladin has all the the depression and the you know traitor thing going on with Elokar and all that stuff, and the silly stuff. It's heartbreaking, but it's not. I don't know. I'm not able to focus on the climax of the book for Words of Radiance. I don't know. It feels like it ends with the end of Kaladin's arc. I don't know. Now, my favorite climax is probably again Oathbreaker, because it's just it's a great ass finale in terms of like everyone comes together and it's a great fight and it's awesome. I like the end of Oathbreaker, especially because we finally get the reveal with Taravangian, because Taramike. I always kept wondering what Taramike's deal was gonna end up being, because he took up a big chunk of the story and it didn't seem like he was gonna be much or do much. But yeah, anyway, I like that final scene and everything else. Wind and Truth. So it should not have been. It's like the only Sanderson book that I have ever read that has pacing issues. I'm sorry. It has massive pacing issues. Um, I think he was writing it and he was like a little bit spread too thin with all the other books and shit going on, and he was doing all this fucking Hollywood shit around. And I'm pretty sure it's like a crackpot theory, okay? But I'm pretty sure he was involved in some From Software thing that's probably gonna get announced after Dusk Bloods and all that. The next like big single player From Soft game. I don't know. I'm thinking Brandon Sanderson is probably gonna have a hand on it. It's little bit too suspicious for me, because he was going to like slow down, right? He was already going to slow down before this Apple thing got announced. So he was already like planning to just write one series, don't like do any like uh concurrent books, I guess. Not do any of the simultaneous thing. The thing is, the point being, I think he was a little bit spread too thin, and there should have been a little bit more revision and like more, maybe having a little bit more time to flesh out the the pacing, maybe mainly the pacing, because yeah, I understand that the story, like, the payoff is there, okay. There are some big issues that I don't like in terms of where the story is going, but I understand them, right? I understand where Brandon is wants to take the story, right? So I'm not mad at any particular thing, but it just feels sort of anticlimactic for me, because the pacing is kind of trash. I'm not gonna lie. The pacing is I struggled to get through that book. Generally, Brandon is just so good at just gluing you to the fucking page. This is the first like Brandon Sanderson book that I just, I checked out, and then I came back, and then I read on, instead of just like sitting once and then spending the next 3 days reading it like nonstop. Don't like I don't know. I'm weird, okay? I don't know if I have ADHD or whatever, but I just when I'm like halfway through a book, I don't want to eat, I don't want to work, I don't want to do shit. I just want to finish the fucking book, okay? So generally what happens is I half-heartedly do a lot of stuffs, and I I stay awake on fucking 4 a.m. reading the goddamn book. I want to finish it soon. I just can't put the book down, right? And even with like stuff that is not as gripping as Sanderson's writing, like I just read Will of the Many and Strength of the Few, and I I did the same shit. I didn't put down the book until I finish it. Right? It was a bad thing when I was in fucking high school reading George R. Martin because the fucking giant books and Sanderson has the same problem. Fucking 1,000, 5,000 word, 5,000 fucking page book, all that like gigantic books, and I read basically the entirety of A Song in Ice and Fire in 1 week, right? And all Sanderson's books, I pick it up, I can't put it down, I finish it, and then I realize that 2 days have passed, right? But Wind and Truth was the first book that I actually read like a normie reads, right? I read it a little bit, like 15 minutes here, 20 minutes there. I kind of just checked out. I don't know. It just it has pacing issues, I think. And coming from the excellent but highly flawed Rhythm of War, because here's the thing, I carried out some pet peeves from Rhythm of War, right? Uh, because my favorite character didn't get the arc that I wanted him to get in Rhythm of War. And Brandon did the thing where he sets up the arc as this is what's gonna happen, and then he surprises you with, "Oh, that's the twist. That didn't happen." I'm sorry, Brandon, but again, unpopular opinion here. Relaine should have become the siblings' bondsmith. Okay, my boy Relaine should have been the bondsmith. It makes 100. It makes 5,000% more sense than Navani bonding the sibling. It makes no sense. Anyway, it's one of the, again, I never completely like checked out of Rhythm of War, but I got mad. I got so mad that Navani bonded the sibling that I kind of just got distracted on the like ending of the book. Anyway, the point is, I carried this pet peeve into Wind and Truth, and I was like, okay, it's fine. Navani bonded the sibling. Let's find out why this is more interesting than what I was expecting. And then it wasn't. It just wasn't more interesting than what I had in mind. And what I had in mind, it made so much more sense to me. And so yeah, that's one thing. Navani's cardboard cutout does nothing the entire fucking book, plot arc, right? After all the shit on Rhythm of War, like all the we get to know her, we get to understand everything. It's wow, and then she does nothing. Okay, fine. Kaladin, again, not he's not where he needs to be in terms of struggle, right? He fixes his struggle in Rhythm of War, and then he's just on the background again. Basically, everyone that has any sort of interesting like conflict gets the conflict solved before Wind and Truth. So the entire book hinges, like the excitement of the book hinges on the spectacle and hinges on the like big like world stuff that is happening, right? So the war, it hinges on the macro, like the macro plot. The only like character that has some interesting arcs going on in Wind and Truth is Shallan. Everyone else is just starts the book and ends the book at the same fucking place. Yeah. But here's the thing. Okay, imagine if instead of Navani, the one who bonded the sibling was Relaine. Immediately, it's 10 times more interesting, right? There's his relationship with Renarin, and then there's all the dynamics between the singers and the the humans, right? And then he has to spend the whole book like basically tailing Navani. So because Navani knows what to do with the powers that Relaying has, would have in that case, and then he would be like another interesting character, like torn between all those worlds and like having to juggle human politics with being now the person who protects basically the entire humanity. Last, like, Relaine would be the singer protecting the last bastion of humanity, and that would be fucking sick. That's what I thought was gonna happen in the last book. Instead, we got a bunch of people who didn't change during the book. And then we got like one interesting plot line with Chalan, and then everything else is external. That's the thing. There is, I guess, there is like there is here's the issue, right? The internal conflict part of the book is almost 100% hinging on Chalan, on Dalinar, and on Zeth. The issue with Zeth is we know everything already. If you have like a half a decent theory of what happened, you kind of just cover everything that happened on you knew exactly everything that was going to happen, right? With Zeth's plotline. So it is interesting, like internal conflict stuff, but it's kind of predictable. It's the point. You kind of just predict it on end of Oathbreaker. You know exactly where Zeth is gonna go, and then you kind of check out. Then Dalinar, it's kind of predictable, and the book doesn't do any favors because it spends, like, Brandon spends the entire book talking about how oaths sometimes are broken, and everyone breaks their oath and everyone breaks their oath, and then it's all like this background. You know what's going to happen in the end of the book. You know he's going to let go. He's going to say, okay, I break my oath, sorry, bye. You understand what's going to happen just for sheer like pattern recognition, and everything else is external. There's no like cool, interesting internal conflict, which is like the core of Stormlight Archive. That's the weirdest thing, right? Because the core of Stormlight Archive is there's all this external conflict going on, but the real important thing is what is happening on the mind of this person that is at the center of it all, right? In Way of Kings, it's Kaladin's conflict, like internal struggle. There's this war, there's this betrayal, there's all this politics and shit and like world things happening. But the climax of the book is Kaladin decides to go save Dalinar, and that it's internal. It's like internal struggle. Every other book has at least some internal struggle, and then it seems like on the last book is just like all the internal struggle has already been solved. Everyone is at the end of their arcs. There's nothing. There's nothing for them to do except plot shit. And so the book to me feels like too much plot. It's just plot. There's not enough character, there's not enough emotion. It's just plot. There are some nice things. Adolin is always brilliant. I love the Adolin parts. Uh, I always like, you know, when you turn to Adolin and uh, the singer girl that I forget her name, I always like checked back in. Okay, it's Adolin's part. He's talking with the emperor, the child emperor. Yeah. Anyway, not where I thought the story was going to go, is my point. And just think how much better it would be if the one having to guide Dalinar through uh the fucking like spiritual realm or whatever was Relaine, a random singer guy. and he needs to be there, seeing how how humans got here and how they fucked up everything for the singers. Just the conflict there. Okay, I wanted some more conflict. That's all I wanted. More conflict, more interesting conflict. Let me see if this works. I don't think it's gonna work. Anyway, and then it suffers from the same thing that new Marvel movies suffer, and the second era of Mistborn suffered, right? In my opinion, the entropy of the entire story is getting too big, right? Uh, Mistborn works very well. Warbreaker works very well. The beginning of Stormlight Archive works very well. The new books, where there's lots of references and interconnectedness and stuff, they don't work as well, in my opinion. It gets a little bit of the Marvel syndrome of, wow, you need to uh, you need to be like, oh yeah, we are solving this local conflict with this like universal interconnected space thing, which it's kind of the appeal of the Cosmere, but at the same time, it's something that may. Let me see. What are you thinking? Bad, very bad, right? I think he would probably be better if he didn't move that much. If he just stayed on ground, and then he jumped after the camera does the. Yeah, yeah. He stays on the ground until frame 30. And then when the camera starts doing the 90-degree turn left, then he jumps. I think that's better. Let me try that. Let me just try that. I like animating. It's fun. It's fucking frustrating as shit, but it's fun. Let me try just seeing how that would look. And then we do this. Then I go view, and they will render the next play blast. Anyway, I have a lot of rants to do on the last book of the Stormlight Archive series, and it ended on a low note, in my opinion, in terms of overall quality and stuff. It's still a very good book, but when I think look back and I think how a memory of light made me feel, right? Holy shit, it could have gone. If it could have gone so far with like just a little bit more emotion, a little bit more character stuff. Tension, conflict. Yeah, much better. See. What are we thinking? Much better, much better. Hmm. Because one thing I don't want to do, this this challenge is based on rhythm, right? So what I don't want to do is have any elements on screen be like constant and flowing through the music beats and not having an action in the beat, right? So what I want to do is make him jump after the camera turns In frame 75, I think, would be the next beat. He needs to jump on beat, is the thing. So 60, 75. Let me just scale that here so we see if that makes more sense. Because we gotta remember. Oops. Hello? We gotta remember to keep to the beat. That challenge is more a beat thing. Then we go doom 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 doom. It's 120 BPM. I'm not sure. You know what? I'm gonna risk it just so. I don't even know if my desktop is. Nope, it was muted. Actually, just making sure that this is not playing anything extremely loud on your ears, right? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. Let me see. It's a little bit better. It's a little bit more snappy, yes. Okay, I'm gonna see. So in the beginning, okay, I'm gonna try doing something here. Let me just scale it back to its little corner there. So I'm gonna try doing something. I'm gonna turn on. Sorry, there you go. I'm gonna turn on the speaker that I have that has the song, like the reference song that they gave us, and I'm gonna try to render in a video format this time and see if we are feeling it. Let's try this. And actually, I have no idea if the sound is gonna play as well, but we're gonna find out. I'm thinking, like, in my head, this works much better than at the moment. But what I'm thinking is, like, imagine more anime, like the like speed slow like cycle, right? So on beat they should like speed up and slow down. When the beat hits, you have like this sort of almost like freeze in time situation, right? For at least one of those off beats, I think that's what we needed to do. Let's see if that's gonna play the thing. The answer is yes, but not with audio. Probably because you have an entire image sequence here. Let me just delete that. Oh, I didn't crash Blender because I deleted some files, right? Holy shit. The Blender file manager is so weird. There's 4 Blender processes. And it froze Blender because I... Okay, Blender is unfrozen. What the fuck is that? No, no, you didn't. Where is my... Where is all my animation? No. No, 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 no. There were 2 Blender windows open. Okay, okay, okay. Whew. I see. I see. I had another window of the same project to open, and then that, ooh, I don't know why I had 4 windows open, but holy shit, that scared me. I'm gonna try to do something else then. Let me just try to do workbench, and then with Control F12, it's probably gonna work encoding the audio. Actually, no, I'm stupid. Yeah, it was gonna work. I just didn't have any output codec for the audio. So should work now. Let's try again. Render the playlist. Yeah, yeah. I saved, okay, I saved. I just had the same project open at an earlier state in another window for some reason. And then I don't know why OBS chose that one, just switch to that one instead of this one, which is the one I'm working on. I don't know. Something happened. Maybe it was on that one all the whole time, and you haven't seen me actually work on the actual project all this time. You have been just staring at a blank Blender thing and only seeing the animations. Yeah, that works. I mean, lower the fucking volume. Holy shit. Yeah, the jump. The jump needs like more frames. It needs to be like a faster jump. Yeah. Yeah. It's a good idea. The only issue is now this fucking song is gonna be playing on the background. Let me just... That would be too much. I'm just gonna go. There we go. That's better. I just lowered its volume, and you're probably not even hearing it. So what we need is when Kaladin, I was gonna say Kaladin, when Kelsier jumps 3D viewport, which will be 45, or actually 60, 75. What we need is like a higher jump and like a more exaggerated jump motion, right? So what we need here up until this point, it's just basically normal. We're gonna select everyone, duplicate this to frame 30. And then on frame 15, we do some like backtracking, maybe a little bit. Really? You've been watching the wrong screen all this time, and no one thought to tell me. Really? I have been animating on the wrong fucking project file. It wasn't even showing on screen. Really? Oh my god. I'm so stupid. Holy shit. Honestly, like, god damn it. You must be. You must have some sort of attention span, because. Wow. You actually watched half an hour of a fucking blank screen, and you didn't say anything because I have OBS open, right? But I'm not. My screen real estate is not that big, and I can't make it small enough so that the whole stream thing fits on the corner of my screen, right? And it's not fucking. Okay, at least you were distracted by the Cosmere rant, okay? Uh, and my fucking model that doesn't fucking work. Doesn't even speak. Doesn't even move when I speak. Hello? Can you just work, please? Hello? Hello? I know you want it. I know you want to work. Just work, please. Can you say something? Say hello. Say hello. You were moving around with my mouse, but when I speak, you don't say anything. You don't do anything. Come on. Work, motherfucker. I don't know. Something's bugged with the fucking audio. My model is just not gonna work, apparently. Oops. Wrong screen. There we go. So we're gonna go do something like this, like a more superhero crouch type thing. At least you were entertained by the Cosmere rant. Dude has been watching a fucking blank screen. I still can't. I can't believe I did this. I did this again. It's not the first time that I did this, by the way. Definitely not the first time. Oh, and now it's working again. I guess fine. Thank you. Thank you for working. We're just gonna do this. Roll the hands forward. Yeah. I'm using the mouse again. I shouldn't be using the mouse. I should be using the fucking Mm. Ow. There is no comfortable position for me to put my desk mic, but it's fine. Just gonna do like a very shitty pose. It's probably not gonna need like that much clarity. I just wanna, just wanna know, just wanna see. Why am I using the mouse again? Holy shit! The the scroll wheel button stopped working, so I can't actually pan when I use the mouse. But I'm just so used to using the mouse that I forget that I should be using the fucking stylus pen, whatever. I don't know what it's called. But yeah, Cosmere rant aside, I'm really excited by this Apple TV adaptation thing. Maybe maybe it actually makes me sign up for a fucking Apple TV because I want to support the artists. Okay, I want to support. I want to make sure that whatever adaptation they do, they make a lot of money. It's gonna make money regardless, but nah, right? I just want to make sure they make as much money as possible because that's gonna increase the odds that we actually get a Stormlight Archive show, right? Because if they do Mistborn film and it flops, that's it, right? I don't think you can convince them to like slowly build up an audience like over time, right? Because we have like actual, and this is what we're gonna do. Boom. Yeah, that's gonna work. Okay, 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 okay. I see the vision. Never mind. Actually, I'm stupid. I could just use this, right? Yep. I could just select everything, get this frame here, then duplicate it. Actually, no. I'm stupid. I should have done that before. Duplicating it. There we go. And then we select everything. Everything that matters, at least. And then we move it so that it is in frame. And taking up part of the screen. Let's go. Let's see how this works. And you go boom. Big reveal. Boom. Then we go, we make the big turn. and then he jumps, and then he stays on the air, and then he does the whoop, and then she jumps. Okay. Can delete that. Then we can do this. And then we can bring back the audio just a little bit. Yeah. That's the stuff. Now he jumps on the right, like. Oh my god. You were speaking for like half an hour and I didn't catch anything. Yeah, it's a. There's a guy named Clint, also known as Punisher. Punisher, I don't know. And he does this like community render challenges where like there's like 5,000 people and they all collaborate and do a render together. Wait, yeah, the text, I forgot to take down the be right back text. The fucking chat is not on screen. This live stream is a fucking mess, I'm gonna tell you. Where is chat? Okay. Where is chat? No. That's a fucking file manager. Where's. Oh, no, that's just the system monitor. Okay. Anyway, there's this community render challenge. I participate like every time, almost every time. Where is chat? Where is chat? Chat. No, not chat. I think I completely. Oh, I embedded chat. I accidentally embedded chat into the display thing and it stopped being a window. So it stopped capturing the fucking window. That's so stupid. That's Linux things, Linux things. Okay. Now we should make now it makes sense. That's chat. And then we make sadly sadly is a fucking solid color. There's no in between. Whatever. Anyway, the point, yeah, it's a challenge and there's like prizes and shit, but I don't care about prizes. I care about doing something that I'm proud of. Boom. There we go. Anyway, and yeah, there's this like if you I guess if you search community render challenge or on YouTube, you're gonna find like generally there's like a 20-minute video or something like that with like every one of the top 100 entries. And then there's like the full video with every single entry that is like fucking 5 hours or something. Because There's 5,000 people doing the challenge nowadays. It started with alternate realities, and there's always like some fun rules, right? Some sort of framing. The original rules, the original challenges were like, oh, keep this framing and this aspect ratio, and then each like new shot is like rendered by a different person with a different, you know. This time the challenge is, I guess, keeping a certain rhythm. 120 BPM. That's the rhythm. Ow. And so everything on screen, I guess, has to happen in this like rhythm. That's why you have the track here. There's even a reference track for you to use. But yeah, everything needs to happen at a certain timing. That's why I think this push is not correct. This push needs to happen faster. Way faster. And like one frame to the side so it matches up. And then I guess let me just do one with all the simulated cloths just to see. I'm gonna bake that. And yeah, I'm gonna bring back the black bar for chat because that is definitely not working. Let me just hide this and just leave chat on a black box. It's fine. You put chat here and then put this guy here. Maybe, I don't know. Whatever, doesn't matter. The important thing is, I don't know, I like challenges, and this one is a timing challenge, right? And so it's right up my alley, actually speaking, right? I really, really enjoy like perfectly timing things on animation and like making animations tied to music, right? So I don't know. I guess this one caught my eye, and I was like very pumped to do Cosmere stuff, and so it just kind of it's kind of worked out that way. So we're just gonna wait for the cloth sim to go, both cloth sims actually to go. I'm gonna simulate both mist cloaks just to get a feel of the like final thing. Oh, if I put my mouse on this side of the screen, it breaks my fucking character. Oh my god, that's so funny. Anyway, that should do it. Then we're gonna bring up his mist cloak as well. Boom. And then we're gonna put 120 there. I guess for now it doesn't really need that quality collisions. Just gonna click bake. And then when this finishes baking, we do another like visualization round. And then I think the actual layout of everything that's gonna go on within the challenge, within like the render, is gonna be done. And then I'm gonna just start working on background stuff, texturing. My process is not like very uh pipeline like, right? There's no beginning, middle, and end to it. I'm just gonna kind of wing it, right? And I I don't like working on the same thing for too long. So if I'm animating, I'm gonna try to work on some rigging slash texturing stuff, just so I don't spend like 5 hours doing the same thing because I hate doing that. It just my work gets so bad, so boring if I do that. Let me just, I guess, maximize. Oh, that could, yeah, chat goes on top. There we go. No, it doesn't work with chat. Anyway, as soon as like the cloth sim finishes, then we're gonna render another like preview. I guess I'm gonna do it on. I don't know. I think the timing is okay. The timing of the animation is just decent. But oops. Okay. I should stop doing that full screen thing. Yeah, it's gonna be like a good sense of timing at least, because the poses are not like they're not final poses. Even the key poses are a mess. It's just a timing thing. I need to get the timing right, because when I get the timing right, I know where the framing is gonna be. I gonna know everything, where everything's gonna be within the animation, and then I can just start planning like background stuff, effect stuff, because I think I need like more effects and things like that. Like for example, there's gonna be a lot of mist and a lot of ash around, so it's gonna kick up a lot of dust when they move around. And I want to do like a little bit of simulation thing. Now Blender 5.0 has some good volumetric stuff that I can use. But anyway, I'm thinking maybe we risk it a little bit. We go, we disable the lens for now, so we can use material preview, and hopefully Blender doesn't crash. There we go. And then we have depth of field and everything, and then we render this as a play blast. I think this coin at the beginning is gonna be like spinning really fast and like flattening. Ideally, we would know it's a coin. Like we could zoom even farther Oh, he has a white shirt. What the fuck? And without her hair, she looks so weird. She looks like a fucking kid. Well, I guess it's technically. She's supposed to be like 16 and petite, so I don't know. I guess with the hair, it's gonna work better. Because this is the model I had that had closest proportions, I guess, to what Vin is supposed to have. Yeah, no, it's not gonna work. Never mind. The cloak. Yeah, no material reveal for us. It just doesn't work. It's either render or yeah, yeah, he's supposed to be fucking noble or whatever. Like he's supposed to dress more like a noble. Anyway, this like Asian girl model was like the closest proportions I had for Vin. Everything else has just big booba, so not very Vin like. Yeah, the timing is much better now. Okay, let me just render this without the fucking. Let me just use the material preview. Let me just actually no. Yeah, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go viewport. I'm gonna go with a custom red world. And I'm gonna turn on depth of field. That's gonna probably be better. So in terms of lighting at least. Closer to what oh, I forgot the fucking cube. Let me hide the cube for now. There we go. Yeah, the white t-shirt is certainly a look for Kelsier, I'm gonna say. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. Basically, all my other decent realistic models either had big booba or big PP. So I guess that's yeah. The cloak's not working. I'm gonna have to do one of those like Disney proprietary fucking. Okay. So simulating this shit's gonna be a nightmare, isn't it? If we keep the timing correctly, the simulated cloth is just gonna be a fucking nightmare. It's gonna whip around. Like, it looks very cool when they are like still. And I like the push, because if you hear the music here, now when he pushes her out, it's on beat, right? You can feel it, right? Boom. Doom, 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 doom. Yeah. It's actually on beat. So everything is working except for Kelsier's animation with the cape. Now, I am very close to ending the stream, by the way. But yeah, see you around, Mr. Kayak. Kayak. Kayak? I don't know. I don't know how to say things with English. English not my first language. But anyway, I think we did well for just getting shit done. Right? This is a decent layout. It makes sense with the song. It makes sense with the timing. It looks great. I think I'm just gonna probably call it here and say that that was a good first stream, and then we pick this up like next week. Anyway, thank you everyone. Let me just wrong one. Thank you everyone for participating, for watching. I actually don't know if Close is online right now, because if Close is online, I'm gonna rate him with fucking 2 viewers, but that's fine. Let me just say, oh no, he just went. Sad. He was live like 5 minutes ago. But anyway, I guess we just end the stream then. Thank you everyone who came, who watched, and who patiently went through my bullshit with me. We will pick this back up next week. Bye.